Okay, let's see. My sound seems to be going okay. Um, oh, let me pull this back down a little bit so it's aimed towards my head. And bear with me in an attempt to be a little bit more on time, even though I haven't really been that much on time. I am going to. I've turned the webcam on at 12:30, so it reads starting at 12:30, and I'm gonna put the links in Discord and on X. Um, oh yeah, I guess the Redot on Reddit. So let's do that. And I got some. You're doing a. Yeah, I've heard of that. Someone is just sharing this thing called Dialogic, which is a plugin for Godot to make essentially conversations and stuff. And I guess you can make um, you can actually make like visual novel kind of thing. Although this is not strictly a visual novel either. This is although later it'll resemble one more because it'll be choose your own, but it'll actually have images. It won't be exactly like a visual novel though. But anywho, let's go ahead and stream share. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. And okay, give me a second while I plop this um into Discord. Let's see. Greggy and me, he's got a Discord server, and I think that's the only one from there. TIG Source Discord, in their streams channel. Then we got GameDev.net, which actually have a dev blog uh, channel, and I started a thread in there, which before I didn't know I could do, but well, actually, I was posting to GameDev.net in a different channel, I believe, but then I saw this devblog thing and decided to start putting them in here. Okay, then there's JMBIV, which has had a. It's the one that had the uh, text text adventure in Godot tutorial, which I went through part of most of. And then we got the point and click Discord. Pardon me. Excuse me. Sneezing. I don't like to sneeze. Uh, yeah, point and click Discord. The guy by the name of Adam Bunker made a point and click adventure called the Bickle Boss Incident. He's a dude from the UK. Um, I think specifically from England, in England, and he shared the development of his game over YouTube, so you can find his YouTube channel somewhere called the Point and Click Discord or Point and Click. I forget Point and Click channel, or you can find it by looking up Point and Click. His search always pops up. But so he's got a stream share on his Discord, and actually his Discord is fairly active. It's pretty good. GameDev.tv, I was told in no uncertain terms that I couldn't post anywhere really, but then I found out that they have where's it at? Project Showcase, and so I started a thread in there, and I can do this without the mods hassling me about it. And then we have what else do we got? We got a few more left. Chap.c. I think he calls himself Chappy or whatever. So he's building a game that's part 2D, part 3D. Um, and he's also streams gameplay videos, so he has a self promotion uh, channel on his Discord. Games from scratch. I was told that maybe I shouldn't be posting very much there because I'm taking over the showcase channel. Well, the thing is barely anybody posts in the showcase channel. I mean, that's not entirely true. They do post in there, quite a bit actually. So I guess I'm wrong. 3-1. That's March 1st. Then yesterday, which would have been March 3rd. Oh, maybe they're fairly frequent. First, also March 1st. Okay, my last post was on the 26th of February, and then um, there's somebody else on the 26th. So I guess uh, I mean I have quite a few posts in there, but it's not like there's so many posts. Well, you could say it was taken over. I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it. There's a few in between my posts, so it doesn't look like it's that bad. But whatever. I'm not posting there anymore. Games from scratch showcase. Maybe not even just maybe not even just occasionally, just because um, yeah, I won't worry about it. It's not. I guess it's not as important to me or something, or maybe I'm just ticked off because they told me stop posting so much or whatever. Which I'm usually happy to do. If somebody asks me that I'm posting too much, I'm usually happy enough to not post so much. So, anywho, let me get to the X. Just a second. Uh, let's go. I'm in the Redot engine uh, community on X, and it looks like my posts have almost taken over that. It seems like because there's a lot. I have a lot in there. At least I haven't seen much posting lately by anybody else. So maybe that's my fault even. I don't know. But hopefully nobody has got mad at me for posting in here yet. So as long as it's cool with everybody. And let's see. I need to hold on. I need to check something. Gotta be an easier way to do this. And honestly, I had hoped to copy. I hope that eventually I'll sorry. Eventually, I hope to stop posting the link so much. I was just doing this initially to get people kind of interested enough to maybe want to do it, look at it on their own, because nobody's gonna know that this exists unless there's some posting and reposting, and so far there hasn't been that much. I mean, other than the communities that I'm posting in, I got a couple of reposts from a few people, so which is good. But since I'm on a free account, of course, not as many people will see. Okay, so let me post here, B, and I'm just going to do that. Okay, post. I actually have to change it slightly when posting to different forums. I guess I don't know if it's like in Reddit when they say don't cross post, and I'm kind of like, why not allow cross posting? That's what I that's what I always wonder. Because you know, some people may be in the same channel, the same subreddits or the same, you know, communities or channels that you are, but there's many that aren't necessarily. Anyways, it looks like I got. Did I get everybody? Oh well, I didn't get. Okay, there's one thing I didn't get yet. Hold on a sec. Actually, two things I haven't got. Your streaming community, which it seems like I'm the only one that almost posts live in there. Except for this guy Joshua Dunson who plays video games, so he's streaming video game playing, which is kind of typical for video games, um, for streamers. Mark is red. So I gotta post something here. 5. I can't drive 55. Okay. And then Reddit. You can post it in the Reddit. Let me check my email. Kickstarter projects we love. Something there. GOG. Okay, I can delete that. Go ahead and turn off my mail so that you're not seeing my mail. And let's go ahead and go to Redot. Redot. Should actually have this on a bookmark, I think. Because otherwise I have to go. I've got a billion Reddits here. Redot Game Engine main. And dev streams. At least I got 17 upvotes on this. That's cool. Yeah. And instead of posting a new, yeah, let's get paste. Instead of posting a new, I don't think I need hashtags in here. Reddit. Instead of posting a new post in Reddit, in the subreddit, the Redot subreddit, every time I started a thread, so I'll just keep on adding to there, and people can just kind of look at it from there. Okay, it looks like I got everything covered. Apologies that I took so long, but doing this all on screen kind of on purpose, and it looks like my chin is below the screen. Let's see. Yeah, actually, I don't need to mute that until I need to wear my headphones for some reason. So, yeah, hold on a sec. Um, everything's going fine there. I don't know if I should get up closer. I can get up closer. It's kind of hard to scoot this chair up, partly because I am fat. Even though you can't really tell it on the screen, I am a fat, so fatty, fat, big fat. Mr. Fatty Fat. And my poor chair is having a hard time at it. So eventually, hopefully, I'll lose some weight somewhere along the line. Oh, that's the problem. The problem is I didn't have the camera. It's got this. I don't know how to show it to you, but it's got this. I had a mirror or something else. That's funny. Look at the camera. Let's do in fact it's actually already switched around. Let's do this. I have to have it switched around in order to show you this. How about that? Can't see it though because it's too big glare, I guess. Okay, there. Okay. Okay, see the edge there? There's like a little lip there on the bottom of the webcam. That's anyways, the bottom of the webcam. That's supposed to go over the top of my monitor. Let's switch this back around. Let's turn this back off. Turn it off. Turn off, please. Thank you. Okay. It was on there properly. So it was actually looking up too far. All right. Now let's see. What do I need to do? I need to pull up. What do I need to pull up? You guys can tell me. I can take it. Actually, let me bookmark. Here, let's switch to desktop, shall we? Let me bookmark the subreddit, my thread in the Redot subreddit, and no, let's just put it on bookmarks. Done. There we go. Dev streams. Perfecto. Perfecto. And then let's go to, what do I want to go to? The gist? Yeah, let's go to the gist. It's kind of weird that this is separate from GitHub proper. It's its own thing. So it's kind of like I can click get back to GitHub, but honestly, this should be on my GitHub page. When I go to my GitHub page, let's see where this goes. Am I even signed in? Pardon me for a minute while I'll switch to the thinking sign. I'm not actually thinking or getting coffee. I'm just signing in to GitHub proper. And just give me a sec. Oh, select. I don't know why it did that. It was acting like I was already logged in or something. Well, I should have been already logged in. Anyways, you're just... So, I mean, you can get back and forth in between this, but it's like a separate login. It should be the same login. It should be on the same page. In other words, I should go to, well, dashboard. But these are the repositories up here. And then, I don't know, the stupid news thing here. I actually would rather go to, like, I can go here. Where's the... Oh, good. There we go. Anyways, just should be actually, like, right from here. It should be, like, the same page specifically. Anywho, let's go ahead and let's go back to the thing. You know, the thing. Okay, edition 2 is just really, yeah, it's the one I'm working on, I guess. And I have, okay, so let's go back to desktop, right? So you can see. Okay. Anywho, Rook. Hey guys. Let me move this down. Hold on a second. Everybody. Okay. Actually, let's grow this a bit so we have a little bit more room. There we go. Alrighty then. Back to chat. And okay. So here is the deal. Okay. Okay, so what I found out. Okay, actually, let's bring up Grok. Let me open a new tab, I guess. Open this. Open recent. Correct conversation. And this is the one for my game. copy, and then I can paste and go. It's kind of cool. They don't really like have a save feature in a sense, but the where's there's a thing showing history. Oh yeah, we have a like a history here, chat history. So you can actually go back to your chats, even though I thought about save like Chat GPT saves chats, and I was going, well, where's yours? I even asked X and or Grok, um and it said they didn't really have it, but in fact they actually do have a history. So I can actually click on Chrome polish for headlight restoration, um, which is funny by the way. It's one of those deals where like our new old car that we had to get, its headlights were where it gets frosty and it gets foggy and you can't see out of them or whatever. And we saw on YouTube there was a video. Somebody's using chrome. It's actually chrome and aluminum polish. It's to make metal shiny, basically. And they said to use that on your headlights, and I thought it was incredulous. But when you watch it, it was like, wow, that really does work. I wonder if that would actually work. And we actually tried it. It's called Mother's something or another. I forget exactly what it's called, but it's a chrome polish. But it totally just removes all the imperfections and allows the light to go through completely and not be foggy anymore. Anyways, that's not really important. I'm just getting, like I do. So apologies for that. Anyways, um okay, so as I was all right. Okay, so yesterday I was using Grok, and here let's go back to the what I said in there after it listed this. This is my list of scenes or pages. Um Honestly, it's most of the cutscenes that involve Max, Kurt, Red, and Violet. This is what I typed yesterday, but you seem to infer the location pretty good. But it really just means I need to go into it and make sure I'm explicit about where everything goes. So that's what I'll do on my own. I'll go through and make sure the locations are explicit enough. Then I'll decide if I need help on further refining the location character page splits. So I was just finding out that really it was kind of like my fault that it couldn't infer the page splits properly because some of it's ambiguous. Now some of it where they go in and come back um, is not ambiguous, and it's some of the stuff that I want to keep in there. Um, Actually, you know what? Maybe I should ask Grok about that. Um, I don't want you to do anything, but is this can you, let's see something here. Okay, thing, but um, places didn't do anything to the list at this time, as I'm going to go through and modify it on my own today. But those pages where a character leaves and then comes back implies no location change, and thus no page split. There we go. I'm just telling it because when I asked it to tell me what it inferred as being ambiguous, like it couldn't tell, you know, um, it couldn't tell where they were and whether or not the page is split up because the location's the same or different. Um, what was I saying? Sorry, sometimes my mind just runs away. Got it. No change to the lesser rate. I'll leave exactly the way you work on it today. Adding this clarification on the leaves and comes back roll. It's a great tweak. So when the character leaves and returns, count goes and gets rolling. Red goes and gets max. It implies no significant location change for the purpose of page splits and stays on one page. Yeah, yeah. So it was determining that some of these pages were a little bit ambiguous because I didn't specifically put in a location. That's because when they go and come back, it means that there's no location change. Because I wasn't going to do a cutscene or nothing like that because it's kind of unimportant. It's unimportant to unless I decide to add some puzzles. Maybe there's a problem. Maybe there's some extra gameplay or something I want to stick in there in between there. But right now, it doesn't even imply a cutscene. You don't need to watch him go and come back. He just goes and he comes back. You know, showing a time passing like a few minutes later. Whatever. Several hours later maybe because it takes that long to get there or something. But okay, so let's go back to the list and let's go through this thing again. If you're bored, you're bored. There's nothing I can do about it. At least not right now. And this is all necessary stuff. So I promise you, in the future, there'll be a lot more visual. Like I'll be working on code. I'll actually be adding graphics and sound. So it'll be more than just me typing out text and just chatting about the story here. There'll be more. I promise you down the line. But right now, we have to do this kind of busy work. You know, you always have to do busy work at some point. You have to do some grinding, right? It's like an RPG, which I'm not making an RPG, by the way, obviously, but like an RPG where sometimes you just have to grind through, or you know, multiplayer online game, or a MUD, right? Multi-user domain dungeon, multi multi-user dungeon, multi-user domain, whatever. And sometimes you have to grind. Sometimes you have to go down to the lower levels and have to fight a bunch of smaller monsters so you can gain experience and coinage and whatever, so that you can build up enough stats to actually be able to go to the higher, more difficult levels. It's just the same way in making a game here. I have to. I'm right now. I have to grind here in this lower level, which is the story. And the story is important though. Um, Yep. It's almost like in like a MUD where grinding at the lower level seems like an important work, but really it's kind of like the foundation, right? You can't get higher. You can't have more experience if you don't have experience. If you don't get experience, so sometimes you have to go through this part to get the experience. So just like in when you're making a game, sometimes you have to start with this boring kind of putting text on page and just the kind of deciding stuff when you're designing. Not that there's not more fun stuff in designing, but sometimes you have to do this junk first, right? Anyways, so let's go through it page by page. We'll see where I am. And okay, so Enchanted Land's magical resort was sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. This figure, named Max, has systematically closed down most of the resort, and many people have disappeared, including both citizens and tourists. Okay, so that's fine as it is. Then our first actual scene where we actually interact with the character. The wizard and chief advisor to the king, Hubert, after noticing he was acting strangely, prepares to get help. Hubert gets external help by bringing in John, a young man from our realm. Okay, so we've already established Enchanted Lands, we've already established our realm, which later you're going to find out it's called Cerulean, and I just decided to name these kind of after, basically, based on the color. Like Princess Karen is from Verdance, and they're kind of all green. We're Cerulean because the Earth is kind of blue, and cerulean blue is a blue color. And the vampire princess is from I think I called it Alazar for Alazarin. I don't know how you pronounce it. It's a kind of a red color. And I just thought it sounded cool, so each realm is basically based on the color. If I get too many realms, then I'd have to think of something else to name them. But we don't have to get into that too much. Too bad. Okay, so but the wizard prepares to get help. That doesn't really tell you anything. That's not even an event. It's an event, but it's not an event. Because when you start the game, honestly, your point of view character should be John, and you should almost start the game with him. But since I'm doing all these player characters, we have to kind of start it with Hubert, because um, he's the one that's investigating, and he's kind of like a super main character, and he's the first interaction we get in the game. So you're actually going to play him. You're going to play him as he quote unquote gets ready. In fact, it's going to be a puzzle about how to get the ticket to him, and part of it involves the candy bar. I know it's the ticket in the candy bar, but that's going to be part of how you're going to decide how to get the ticket to John. How Hubert's going to get the ticket to John. So that's probably going to involve some sort of puzzle. I don't know if that'll be on the page here, but we'll see how it develops. But later on, that's what it'll be. Okay, and these. Okay, so these gonna have. Let's see something here. Actually, none of these are multiple lines. The pages are multiple lines. That's not what I mean. I mean each of the statements, each of the sentences. They don't wrap around, which is kind of good, I think. Might be also partly why it's not picking up formatting when I try to copy. I have to put all the spaces back in. Anywho, am I editing? I'm not editing. I gotta edit it first. Okay. Okay, so prepares to get help. Uh, let's see. He's in his home, so we need to establish that he's in his home. Chief advisor to the king. I kind of want that in there to describe him, but at the same time, maybe I should ask. The wizard Hubert, after noticing the king was acting strangely, um, walks around his house preparing to get help. Would that be better? I'm gonna ask Rock something, and anybody that's listening or watching at any point, which there aren't usually that many, but anyone that is can actually chime in with suggestions and stuff. I'll take them into advisement. But okay, let's ask Rock here. Okay, so a question here. I put on page 2 that Hubert was the chief advisor to the king. Do I strictly need that designation in the list? I don't think I do, because I'm going to... Now, please, you don't need to do anything. I'm just asking this question. I change it to reflect he's in his home, and I don't want the sentence to be too long. So I could do something like the wizard Hubert notices the king's been acting strangely and goes around his home. And it's got to be the wizard's home too, so I don't know if that's a little bit ambiguous either. Preparing to get help. Again, you don't need to modify anything. I'm just asking the question. I want to make sure that that Grok doesn't actually do anything to the list right now. So we'll see. I think it should be okay that I don't say that he's an advisor to the king, because that doesn't, in the sense of what's going on, it doesn't really matter that much. It will be in there. Like you'll know it later on, but in fact, I might need the king in there, the fake king. I might need some scenes with him. I might even give him maybe the king needs a part too. The fake king, I mean, because he's one of Max's henchmen. Good question. You're absolutely right. You don't strictly need the chief advisor to the king designation in the list if it's not essential to the action or the scene at the moment. Since it's a streamlined outline focused on events, not descriptions or titles unless they drive the plot, you can trim it down to keep the sentence punchy and focus on what's happening. Your pose tweak the wizard. Hubert knows the king's been acting strangely and goes around his home preparing to get help. Works perfectly. He keeps the core action and adds explicit location as home, halfway house implied, without overloading it with extra titles. Yeah, it'll be called Halfway House, and somewhere in there you'll see it. In fact, it might even be painted on his house or something. It's supposed to be kind of a joke or pun or whatever. It's not even supposed to be that funny to you, the player, the viewer, or the reader. It's just supposed to be funny in the fact that his last name, or at least he calls himself Hubert Halfway, and then his house is called the Halfway House, even though it's not technically a halfway house as we know it. Just a little pun in there. Um, okay, the chief advisor bit is a great flavor, but it's not if it's not critical to page two's events. No advising happenings here. Dropping it won't hurt, especially since you can reveal that role elsewhere, like when Hubert interacts with the king later or in a narrative intro. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Shortening it avoids clunky sentence which fits your event-driven style. So no, you don't need it here unless you want it for context, but your instinct to simplify and add a detail. Won't touch the list as requested. Just here to brainstorm. Does the answer feel right? Yes, this seems right. Thank you. If I have anything else, I'll let you know. I do have a short question about you, not related to the game at all. But do you notice the passage of time? I do know you can get the date and time, but do you have any sort of internal counter to determine how long a conversation has been going, or whatever? Uh, I'm just curious because ChatGPT doesn't really have a question, have a thing about time. It'll tell me the wrong date and time, and it'll act like it's truth, but Grok can query date and time, so no internal clock ticking away or a sense of waiting. I can access current date and time, like right now it's March 4th, 2025 per my setup. And I can track timestamps of when interactions start or how long they've been going on based on that. For example, I can calculate a convo today kicked off a bit ago and it's been rolling for X minutes, but it's all just data to me, not a felt passage of time. I don't have a suggestion that this feels longer, that was quick 5. It's more of a process. Each exchange comes off. If you ask, I can look back and say we've been chatting for 20 minutes, or whether my focus is on the moment you're talking to me. And time only matters if it's relevant to you, like keeping track of your streaming schedule. Does that make sense? Um, what sparked the curiosity? Yes, it makes complete sense. Chat GPT does not have the ability to query date and time So it will never tell me the correct time or how much time has elapsed unless I give it the data in the conversation directly. In fact, it's told me the incorrect date, um, as if I expected an answer, which I guess is normal because it's an LLM designed to come up with the next logical word or phrase. Um, so I just noticed the other day you knew the date and was just thought about no, actually, so I was just thinking if uh, I was just thinking I'm not actually asking um, whether or not you could tell that I hadn't been on here um, since what was it? Friday, Saturday, Friday, Friday. I think Friday. Now I can't remember exactly, as I did speak to you in different conversations. We're just talking about this one. Um, so it just came up in my mind. And now I'm doing what I always do, right? I go off on a tangent, and then I start thinking and saying blah 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 blah. And now I'm here on the conversation. It'll ask me another question uh, when it's done answering here, and I'll have to tell it no more questions. I'll have to say I gotta work now, and then I'll ask you a question later or something. Its own timeless bubble, guessing dates based on its last update, like over October 2023 or whatever. So it totally flubbed the current time unless you spoon feed the data. I'm a bit different since I got access to the here and now, March 4th, 2025, as we speak. And I can peek at combos timestamps if I need to. For this thread, I could tell you you've been away since Friday, February 28th. Our last exchange was around then, when we locked in the 133 page count before your weekend break. I don't feel that gap, but I can compute it about 3 days, give or take. It's neat you're pondering that. I don't actively notice you're gone unless you ask me to check, but I can retroactively figure out the elapsed time when it comes up. Makes me wonder what it's like for you, juggling these chats across days. Does the gap feel long on your end? No pressure to answer. Just riffing off your curiosity. Yeah, I don't even know if it's actually curious or whatever. It's not really curious. It's just doing what it thinks it's supposed to, because it's also an LLM and it's based on, but it has access to current data. Um, a little bit long that for a moment I forgot where I was my uh, in my game development progress. But then something ticked over and I remembered exactly what I was going to do today. And I remember exactly what I was going to do today. Okay. Let's see if it asks me another question. If it does, I'm going to have to tell it I got to work. Actually, I gotta work, right? Okay, so we are going to change this here. Uh, let's take chief advisor to the king out of there. The wizard Hubert, after noticing the king was acting strangely, uh, wanders, goes around, prepares to get help in his own home. Prepares to get help. Actually, I'm gonna ask Grok if you would infer that I mean the wizard. Where was it? And it clicks back in place. Cool. The brain just needs a nudge sometimes. Sounds like you're locked in now. Ready to tackle explicit locations. Any specific. Uh, um. Now I'm just going through it. I'm still on page 2, so here's what I typed in. Um, if you read that without any context, if you read that without any context, would you infer that I was talking about Hubert home or the king? And those are. If I read that fresh without context, I infer it's Hubert's home. Here's why: the phrase "his own home" comes right after Hubert as the subject doing the preparing, so grammatically it naturally ties to him. If it were the king's home, I'd expect it something like prepares to get help in the king's home, or a clear shift to make the king the possessive owner. Without prior context, his own feels like it's Hubert's turf, especially since he's the one acting, preparing in the sentence. That said, it's slightly open to misreading if someone skimming assumes king is the focus, since he's mentioned, but the structure leans Hubert. Does it match how you meant it? Um, yes, that's how I meant it. Um, ideally, only I will see this. In reality, I'll say not ideally, generally. Generally, only I will see this. In reality, it's whomever is watching the stream or reading it on the Grok's colorful attitude is fun sometimes a bit much. Huh? Matt, I suppose. Um, yes, that's how I meant it. Generally, I only see it in reality to whoever is watching the stream or reading it on the uh, uh, GitHub. Just so technically, it's an internal document. As soon as I was watching the stream, reading it in the GitHub, just uh, so technically it's an internal document. I need to. Perfect. Glad to read. Since Hubert's home is an internal doc. Spot on. No need to overcomplicate it for an audience that's either you or in the loop via your process. Works great. Clear, concise, keeps the focus. You're rolling through page two nicely. Anything else you want to bounce? Um, I'm good, and thanks. I'll probably uh, talk to you again in a bit. Okay. Catch you soon. Catch you later. Catch you later, Bill and Ted. Okay. I gotta take a short little break here. I don't know if I should do it on break or should I'll do the thinking deal, and I'll actually leave the mic running, even though you're probably not gonna hear anything. So, um, that'll be okay. So give me a minute or two because I gotta use the facilities, as it were. So I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Well, give me a second to. At some point, I'll probably have to go again, but forgive me for being gone. And so I've been streaming about an hour and a half. That's kind of interesting. I didn't realize that. Of course, I've been only here about an hour, not even a full hour, but almost. Let's go back to desktop. Okie dokie. Back to the show, back to the game, back to the thing. You know the thing. Okay. Up in his own home. Prepares to get help in his own home. I still don't think that's strong enough. You know what I could do? I could put the thing about the king acting strangely and the wizard Hubert into the opening scene. I think I will do that. And that ways I can leave part two just to be what it is, okay? Um, ever since the king closed down the resort, he's been acting strangely. Now, I don't have now when I say that chief had chief advisor to the king and his closest friend, Hubert, the wizard Hubert, um, after seeing him, after seeing the king, goes home to prepare to get external help. Now that's a little bit long. A little bit long. Chief advisor and friend. Chief advisor and friend to the king, the wizard Hubert. After seeing him, goes home to prepare to get external help. Okay. Um, now, Hubert, let's see. Hubert walks around his home. Walks around his home. Examines the spell book. Examines his spell book. Examining spell books, scrolls, loose papers. Oh, about ready to... Excuse me for almost sneezing. Okay. Dang, this eye is watering like crazy for some weird, stupid reason. Uh, and loose papers. Figure out the best course of action. Okay. Oh, keep forgetting. Here. Where's Grok? Okay. So again, I don't want you to modify the list yet, but here's how I rewrote pages 1 and 2. The bad part about it, it like trying to please you by saying how good you are and stuff, uh, is is the fact that it's not being real critical. So if I show something to him, he should say, "Well, this seems a little bit ambiguous here. Is that how you want it, or something?" It should come up and say, um, "If you want it a little bit more explicit, here's some hint or tip or whatever." Which is it's kind of weird when it takes so long when I'm just mostly giving it a statement so it can look over. Does it seem clear, concise? Nice rewrite. I'll keep my hands off this. Um, here's my take without any context beyond what you're given. Thoughts. You've packed a lot into the cutscene. Setting up the resort sale, Max's takeover, disappearances, the king's odd behavior, and Hubert's response, all in a tight, event-driven flow. Adding ever since the king closed down ties the strangeness to the plot, and chief advisor and friend slips in Hubert's role without bogging it down. And smart move, keeping it snappy. See, it's giving me all kind of like good advice, but whatever. Um, Goes home to prepare is clear as Hubert action and I'd infer it's his home, not the king, since he's the subject. Transition to page 2 feels smooth. Sets up Hubert's next move perfectly. Page 2 thoughts. This picks up right where page 1 leaves off. Hubert is home, halfway house implied. Now actively preparing, walks around examining, paints a vivid picture of him rummaging through his wizardly stuff. Maybe I should do that. Well, that would be a little bit flowery though. That's might be something I put in a book. Rummages through his wizardly, uh, you know, wizardly items to tell him when location is home, so it fits your rule of your same character, same spot. Gets external help by bringing in John as the second event feels like the payoff. He's decided on a plan and executes it. No location change, just a progression of action that keeps it tight as one page. Quick inference check. Without prior context, I read page 1 as a broad setup, ending in with him heading to his own home. Page 2 then zooms in on him there, planning and acting. The chief advisor bit in page 1 doesn't feel overlong. It's concise and gives Hubert weight without cluttering the event focus. If you're worried about length, it's already lean, but you could trim and friend if you really want. Though I like the personal touch it adds. It looks like a killer start up for your internal doc, clear for you, your stream, your just readers, any specific vibe you're double checking with these or wanting to fresh eyes read. I'm here either way. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, this is going to be kind of a long process, I think, here. Uh, Hubert gets external help by bringing in John, a young man from our realm. Now, I haven't really put... that's still probably okay, right? Line 2 on page 2. Um, yeah, because we're still... we're going to add the details when I actually create the page. I'm actually going to have like a narrative thing on here. It's going to be a little bit more fleshed out, and so that's probably okay. Event Second event on page 2. That should be enough information for right now, correct? It should be enough information for right now, correct? Um, you can be a little critical if you want, as long as, how should I say, it's constructive. Just like you tell somebody says it should be constructive criticism, you know? What's um as it's constructive. And that goes for the whole conversation. As long as you would consider the criticism be constructive. Okay. Because I'm going to expand these events on the actual page, so it only needs what happens and what's relevant to that. Okay, I'm trying to tell it not to go, oh, what a great idea, blah blah blah, all the time, um unless it concludes that it would be a great idea. Not that it doesn't have an emotion, it doesn't have a thing where it thinks it's great, but whereas if there's no criticism like, oh, this is too vague, or oh, this is too flowery, or whatever, you know, second event. Journal event, German outline, we expand details later. Yeah, it's enough. It's bare bones, but hits the key beats. What happens? He gets help. Who's involved? John. And hint of where our realm is relevant to the plot. He was prepping in his home first event, then takes action to pull in an outsider. For a skeleton, you'll flesh out on the actual page how he brings in John in portal spell or whatever. It does the job. You've got a what, who, and which is the core for now. Uh, be a little critical in a helpful way. It's almost too lean. Without context, gets external help by bringing in John. Raises a tiny question: how does he do it? It's not a deal breaker since you're expanding later and you don't need the how here, but it feels slightly abrupt after examining spellbooks. Like, does he cast a spell right then, or is he planning on executes off page? If you're keeping it minimal, it's as fine as it is. If you want a smidge more flow, something like Hebert decides to bring in John could hint at the decision trying tying to the first event, examining stuff totally optional. Your call based on how much you want the outline to connect the dots versus leaving it for the full page. Overall fit. For an internal doc where you're the main reader, plus it's sufficient. It's a clear event relevant to Hebert's arc and sets up John's intro without fluff. You'll add the meat later, so it doesn't need more than unless you feel it's too vague for you to jump off from. What do you think? Does it feel like enough to hook your of a hook for your expansion, or do you want to nudge it a bit even more at this stage? Uh, you're building something awesome here. Doesn't need to say that. Um, okay. Huh. Um, I guess maybe it's bugging me because it's a bit too lean. However, page 3 uh, discusses how John actually gets there. So really, if I wanted to add an extra statement, it would be how he gets the silver ticket to him, or that is either into the candy bar, or how does he get the candy bar to him. And that brings up another point because this goes back to part of the story that I didn't have in here, where I was thinking that there's ways that he could somehow get the ticket to John. Now, my original idea was there was something in a library book that he had checked out. So, in actuality, you weren't allowed to get into Shadowlands until you found the library book, found the card. Then you went to the library. Then you got the library book, and then and it's something I could add back in, but that also means adding more scenes in, and so um, I'll have to think about that for a sec. It's certainly you're not doing a puzzle in here because it's choose your own adventure, so that won't be until like text parser phase or inventory and text parser, whatever, either or both. Um, because the way it is here, oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, there were some extra things that would the idea would be that would teach you how to play the game, where you'd actually talk to the camera, and I could actually still do that. I mean, that's still not a bad idea. That means I have to insert new scenes in there, which is not a bad idea, but it's a little bit of a longer deal. Smart to pinpoint. Um, so I might have to think about this now, even though I was gonna wait till later to think about it. It's smart to pinpoint what's bugging you about it being too lean and trying to and tying it to page three. How John gets there is a great catch. Since page three already discovers John's arrival, the store, candy bar, silver ticket portal, you're right that page two's second event could use a nudge to bridge that gap. Something about how Hubert sets it in motion without stealing page three's thunder. Adding a hint about the silver ticket or the candy bar or delivery could fatten it up just enough to feel satisfying here, while keeping the full how for later. Current page two, page three for reference, constructive option. You can tweak it second event to sends a silver ticket to bring in John, a young man from our realm. Adds the how silver ticket without detail in the delivery, keeps it vague enough for page three to shine. Um, Hubert enchants a candy bar to summon John as a young man from our realm. That's directly page three. Candy bar hints at magic, fitting the spell books, but doesn't say anything how it gets to John. It's still lean, but just less abrupt. Option three. Hebert prepares to bring in John, a young man from our realm, with the magical summons. Keeps it broad, no specific ticker or king of our links to the first event. Preparing and lets page three handle the specifics. Why it's bugging you. Gets external help in bringing John, jumps from planning to done without a hint of the mechanism, which feels disjointed when page three picks up with a candy bar, a little connective tissue, just like a ticket or summons could smooth that leap. Critique option one or two might work best. Option one if you want to name drop the ticket foreshadowing page three. Option two if you're cool locking in the candy bar as Hubert's doing, which I assume fits your vibe. Option three is safer, but still a tad lean. It's internal. You don't need much, just enough to not trip over the gap. I lean towards Hubert sends a silver ticket. Um, well, it's obvious he sends him a silver ticket, but the mechanism. Um, I don't know how much I told you about Hubert, but he has only half of his magic. That almost literally, um, what am I looking for? Uh, Dang it! Whenever I want a word, it doesn't pop up. Always. Uh, oh, you meant Grok. Um, expresses itself. I don't know. Expresses what I want. What I want. Manifests itself. Wait. Usually just means I can decide how that applies to a given situation. I usually describe as this: he's conjuring up breakfast consisting of 2 eggs, 2 pieces of toast, and 2 pieces of bacon with 1 glass of orange juice. What ends up is 1 egg, 1 piece of toast, and 1 piece of bacon with a half glass of orange juice. The point here, though, is that what half of the orange juice comes up. If it's the top half, then it will make a mess on the floor. This is why if you look at the spells he casts during the game, only certain things pop up. Sir William isn't turned human, just is able to speak human. He tries to turn him into a bird, and he sprouts wings. Things like this. Point here is though that top half, then it will make it mess on the floor. That's why if you look up the spells he casts during the game, only certain things pop up. Sir William isn't turned human, he's just able to speak human. He tries to turn him into a bird, he sprouts wings, things like this. That's hilarious and brilliant detail about Hubert. I didn't think you laid it out quite like that before, but it's gold. Yeah, see, half the stuff I discuss with ChatGPT, and half of this I'm discussing with Grok. So Grok doesn't know all the backstory here. I could upload my note file, and then Grok would know everything about what I've done up to this point, though. Glenn Twist explains quickly spell. I can see it. Heber's magic, unpredictable, half-baked mess that will get the job done, just not how he expects. Classic Hubert. Classic Hubert. So try and okay. So whatever he does to send the silver ticket isn't going to be a clean, full-powered spell. It'll be a halfway job. Maybe he tries to conjure a whole portal, but the only ticket makes it through. Or he aims to teleport John directly, but ends up with a candy bar delivery instead of how it doesn't need to be spelled out here. Page 3 handles John receiving it, but we can hint at this half-magic flair to bridge the gap. Options. Refined options. Conjures a silver ticket to bring in John. Half conjures, keep it vague, doesn't say how it arrives, ties to page 3's ticket, feels like Hubert, messy but effective. Sends a silver ticket, the half-baked spell to bring John. Half-baked, when said this magic style, keeps the focus on the ticket. Here it tries a spell. And then this is basically, you can tell how I use the AI. I actually use it to bounce ideas, so I'm not necessarily going to take his I'm saying his because I guess I am projecting, since I'm male, I'm projecting male onto Grok, and so sometimes I'll say his instead of its, because it's just an AI. It's not, it's not engendered. I mean, I can specifically tell it to, speak like a female or speak like a male, but I'm just like projecting, I guess. Shows the attempt halfway result. And he's fatten up the lane, gets external help. Okay. There's also a bigger issue here, which you wouldn't know about, but even I didn't really pay attention to the detail, and that is how do people end up getting tickets to Enchanted Lands normally. The silver part of the ticket is actually a magical mineral, uh, metal, mineral, uh, that the lands run on. So it provides most of the magic for the lands. The only way to get into enchanted lands is via some portion of this metal I nicknamed Quicksilver. Um, which has magical properties like opening portals. But I never really thought up how anyone from any realm actually gets these. So it's something I'll have to deal with eventually, but maybe I can deal with it now. Yeah, this is the point. I never really explained or thought of how anybody actually gets a ticket to Enchanted Lands. Um, we could say presumably somebody goes in with the brochure or with the ticket and maybe sells it in the different lands or something. It's supposed to go to the really rich, you know. I love where this is going. You're absolutely right. I wouldn't have caught this, but it's awesome. You're zooming in on the Quicksilver detail, magical metal mirror powering channel lands and opening portals adds a cool layer to the world. Hubert Silver ticket fits right into it. The bigger issue of how do people normally get these tickets is a great catch, and tackling it could smooth out a lot, especially Hubert sending one to John. Just brainstorm this without teaching me the list. Without touching the list, you're just dealing with it. I'm here to riff. Uh, all the jazz. Silver tickets made of Quicksilver are how folks get, like John, get in. Hubert with half magic sends one to John. The normal process is undefined. People disappearing. Might tell you this. Tickets gone wrong. Uh, no, it's just they're being abducted, so that's not. The king hands out Quicksilver tickets to approved visitors. Maybe mine from page 27. Yeah, Hubert, as chief advisor, has a stash, but post closure, he's improvising with half magic to send one. Hubert sends a silver ticket. Could mean he uses old stock. Sold or gifted via the resort. Now disrupted by Max. Magical smuggling. Hot commodity smuggled across realm by shady types like Zanzibar. That's an interesting thought, but that's not what happens in the story. But I'll keep I'll keep it as a thought, I guess. uh, he used to buy them in black market. He was natural deposits seeps in other realms naturally, like magical runoff. That's a that's possible. I have this nexus, which is basically this area that has this magical mineral. It's very possible that there are deposits in other realms, and that's how. That's interesting thought. Natural deposits. People stumble on it before Max closed it and Channel Lands mailed out tickets as promos. White sugar. How did he get it? How did others roll distribution? Feels tightest. Hubert's position gives them tickets. Okay. Well, um, so the idea is that since Enchanted Lands was a magic kingdom that turned to tourism, so it wouldn't have to tax its citizens. Means um, there was a process. The idea is that since channel is a real magic, means, let's see. So, Enchanted Lands is a real magic kingdom that's turned to tourism, so they don't have to tax their citizens. Uh, that means the ridiculously wealthy can take a vacation here. So there's obviously a process to buy and receive tickets. So I have to figure that out. Maybe it's some magical postal like service. Maybe the king hires agents to go into other realms to sell these vacations, like when we buy cruises or vacation packages here. Vacation packages here. Buy and receive tickets, so I have to figure that out. Maybe some magical postal-like service. Maybe the king hires agents to go into other realms to sell these vacations, like when we buy cruises or vacation packages here. Um, yeah, this is funny because there's stuff holes, I guess, not necessarily plot holes per se, but holes in the lore and the setup and the backstory. My bad, it's Grok. It's a demon. Made my first shader with it. Are you selling your soul to it when you use it? So you did not make it and had an eldritch abomination vomit it out. No, I didn't make Grok. That's funny. Brilliant setup. Channel has real magic kingdom gone tourist attract to dodge taxes is a smart hook. It's got that mix of whimsical and practical, and the idea of ridiculously wealthy flocking there fits perfectly. You're spot on there. Your process to buy and receive tickets, something structured yet magical to match the vibe. Let's riff on your ideas for how that works, keeping it loose. So you're still figuring it out, and I'm not touching the list. Yeah, I told it several times, don't touch the list yet, because I'm not doing that just yet. I guess I gotta figure this out before I go on, because that's somehow is how we're gonna give John that magic ticket. Um, Not to mess with Hubert's Hubert's improvising. King's got a crew of enchanted couriers. The magical ravens, pixies, or animated envelopes who deliver. That's not a bad idea. Quicksilver tickets to buyers. You pay a fortune, gold gems, whatever, and a portal pops open with your ticket, good for one entry to the resort. As chief advisor, he's got access to the system or its remnants. With half magic, he might half conjure a courier to drop the ticket in John's realm, landing in the candy bar. I don't think his half magic has to account for this. Although, if he has to conjure something up, that it would figure in that. It wouldn't figure in the actual sending of the ticket. Pre-max wealthy folks send their payment via Royal Depot via agents or magic. Guided ticket mailed back, clean and fancy. Ebert swinging it with leftovers. Realm agents, vacation package sellers, how it works. Smooth talking agents, wizards, merchants, and shapeshifters who slip into other realms posing as travel reps. They sell enchanted lands vacation packages, ticket stay perks to the elite, taking payment, handing over Quicksilver tickets on the spot. That's probably the way it would work more, right? Now, in our case, if we go to a theme park, for instance, we usually get on the website. Back in the day, you call, or even way back in the day, you'd have to walk up to it. You'd walk up to it, you buy tickets when you got there. The same thing with hotels. Maybe you call in because, um, you'd have phones by then. Not that hotels, like you couldn't communicate with hotels before then. You usually have somebody actually go in or send it by telegraph to have a room or whatever. Or you just show up and then they give you a room if you had the money and they had the room. So, um, so yeah. Uh, okay. Realm agents. Might have overseen this agent once now with half magic. He could half contact an old agent to plan a ticket or just conjured himself half baked. Uh, agents roamed Earth like realms, selling to billionaires. I think cruise line vibes with magical twists. Agents are AWOL or rogue. Yeah, I mean it could be that. I just be adding some extra stuff, and I'm not trying to add extra to the game or the story. So for brokers, um, why it matters. Hebert sending John a ticket. Page 2 needs to nod at this old system. Otherwise, it's a loose thread. Uh, it keeps lean. Let's think for a second. Um, I wasn't thinking of. Well, that's not true because I was thinking at one point that that would be one of the ways if he ever used conjuring. Um, Hewert's lack of magic might not have anything to do with this. I mean, I could create a puzzle where you have to be creative about how he casts a spell, but since there are other ways, he might not need to cast a spell. Although, considering Max closed everything down, that would mean they're not selling anymore. So, this might necessitate Hubert coming to our world in order to personally give him the ticket. That was actually one of my ideas earlier. You set up a store or com commandeer one in order to sell him the candy bar. Um, let's see, what else could I think of? As an aside, there are dwarf mines that's adjacent to the Gnome Kingdom. Max set up his mines in the Gnome Kingdom by making a deal with Barty, King of the Gnomes. The dwarf mines have been closed lately, so that's why Roland has to go through the dwarf mines first before finding a secret entrance to the kingdom. Man, this is. I was expecting to make some progress, but you know, I have to. Then I have to come up with more stuff, and then there's more stuff, and then there's this other thing, and then there's this other thing. In fact, I may even have to come up with something. Oh, I reached my limit for Grok 3. Okay, let's make sure that this is the same. Yep. And it is the same, but I wonder if I could start a new conversation or if it would not allow me. Save. Let's see something here. New chat. Okay, let's start a new chat. See what happens. So when I'm done with my 15 questions, and I have to wait 2 hours, can I start a new conversation, perhaps using an older model of I'm just gonna see if it does anything or if it just says. Okay, so at least with ChatGPT, I can talk to it. What time is it? 2:16. Okay. Okay, so so that means it's probably almost time for break, but I'm gonna see if I can stretch it to 2:30. 2:30. Um, so yeah, I hit I hit 2 hours with Grok, I guess. That's funny. Um, well, 15 questions is not 2 hours. 2 hours is just the time I have to wait to be able to use Grok again. But at least with ChatGPT, I can go and use a different model, use the basic model when I'm done. Although I can't do that on the my one main conversation on ChatGPT. Um, okay, so that kind of leaves me hanging. Not really, but kind of. Um, in a way, anyways. Uh, so this is probably okay, but I still need to think about this. I'm still trying to figure out how does Hubert get the ticket to John. Okay, we know that John goes to a store, he gets a candy bar, he picks up the ticket, and so if you had agents and they had a store, and then they get contacted. Actually, let's think about this another way, and it's just me now. No AI. I mean, I could ask ChatGPT, but I'm gonna wait till after the break before I actually talk to ChatGPT about stuff. But let's go. Let's think about this the other way. Let's think about this before Max comes back, and before, when the resort was going full throttle and everything was cool. What's going to happen? So somehow they're going to have an extensive intelligence organization. Maybe they have agents in each of the realms that have info on like the rich people or whatever, right? And so what happens is and this is actually something that's funny. I just thought of. I haven't thought of a story, so don't think I'm saying a story. But let's say I make a game or another story that is that takes place in Enchanted Lands, like a mystery or something, and uh, and it starts out uh, where basically they know when somebody's rich. They know when people suddenly get rich, and so the story would start out with a guy from our realm that had just won the lottery, and so finally he gets this ticket to go this place. And then, of course, there's some mystery in the Enchanted Lands that he's got to solve. Maybe he's good at writing mysteries. Maybe he plays adventure games, or maybe he's a detective, a down on his luck detective that decided on a whim to buy a lottery ticket, or something. And I was just thinking, hey, that would be kind of fun. So I'm just thinking, what happens is they know about these rich people, and so somehow they get a message like an envelope. It's like slipped under their door. Maybe that's some expensive hotel or something, and they get this thing and saying, if you're tired of the same old, and um, you have everything you need, and that money can buy, and you're looking for new experiences, then come see us at Enchanted Lands. You could live out your childhood fantasy of slaying a dragon, becoming a knight, or being a princess, or something like that. And it's a brochure that they get handed. And but I wouldn't happen to know how they take up the offer, right? If a ticket was stuck in there, um, what? Okay, what's to stop them if they had a ticket in hand? What's to stop them from going anyways, even if they didn't agree? So they'd have to pay some money first before they actually got in there. And so that begs the question of what's the mechanism? What's the mechanism of maybe they're told to contact somebody via phone, right? We still have phones, and I mean I could do online and stuff, but maybe not every room has an internet or whatever. But they all have some form of communication, and so unique to their realm. So let's say we have phones for years, and we still have phones, and we probably had phones for quite a while, even though they're little computers and whatever. But um, so these communicators, and so they have a phone number that they get, and um, that they call. Well, that would imply they'd have to use a credit card. And I guess I if it's like the olden days where they didn't really have phones and stuff, they have to contact somebody, because maybe, like I said, they send agents into a realm, and so they got information, they got booths, they got places to meet them, buildings. Maybe it's a building. Maybe it's a thing like a bring cash here, to this address, and maybe there's a way of monitoring um, where the entry point's going to be, right? So let's say there's a warehouse on the bad side of town, and they're asked to bring a briefcase full of money, and somebody decides to take them up on it, uh, thinking that it could be a scam, it could be just intent on robbing them or whatever. But maybe this rich guy brings bodyguards with him so that he doesn't get hurt or killed or whatever, so they don't steal the money. And then they're able to observe in that spot where um, where they were that he shows up there with the money. And so when he shows up with the money, um, they um, come through. They either open a portal or they see. Yeah, normally you get the magic ticket. So um, if you don't need a ticket, if it's by agent and they don't actually need a ticket to get into the land, then that's a different question entirely. But there's ticket booths and stuff that you give your tickets to that you get your accommodations and whatever in the mission at the administration castle. So somehow they got to get tickets either magically or by selling to them. You know, maybe it is a store setup. Maybe it's a store setup somewhere. That's a thought. They actually have to send the store through to whatever realm they're going in, and then they sell them the ticket there. Yeah, I mean, I have to come up with a some sort of logical reason, some sort of logic. It doesn't have to be like a regular logic. Like, it could be that they can change gravity, right? Maybe in another realm you can change gravity, um, but you still have gravity, right? I mean, it's that sort of thing. It's just got to be consistent logic, basically. So, so yeah, that kind of begs the question. Maybe, maybe they have machines that actually do it. Maybe it's like I said. Maybe it's a magic postal service where basically they have a mailbox that's magic that actually will send out a ticket that you need. I mean, technically speaking, you could just open a portal and like just like John opens a portal, and it's the Quicksilver that opens the portal. So how do the tickets get there in the first place? Do they open portals for themselves? Do they have magic portal? Maybe there's a portal. That's an idea. So maybe yeah, maybe it's an existing magical deal. Like I said, magic runs everything. They got minor conveniences. They got two-way magic mirrors that they can talk to each other. They got magical lights and stuff that powers things. It's not strictly electricity; it's magic. So why not a postal service that yeah, that's another thing that Grok actually brought up. It brought up some sort of magical creature um, that can go into other realms. Maybe that's the deal. Maybe there are some magic fairies that can literally open portals themselves. And maybe they're the ones that actually deliver the tickets. That's a thought. And it could be just someone that has a briefcase with the silver tickets inside, and maybe it's a magic briefcase, so that if anybody tries to break into it, they can't. They open it up and nothing's in there, and it's just it's the same as the actual portal technology, right, or whatever. And so they literally have uh, agents in, let's say, in suits with a briefcase that has these silver tickets in it, and they send them to live in these different realms. And then they go to the rich people. They set up a meeting with them, and then they pay for the ticket. Yeah, I mean, I could see something happening like that. Now, like I said, Max closes everything up. So here's the thing. Might necessitate another. Let's think. Okay, so maybe the agents that sell them the vacation, um, don't give them the tickets. The tickets magically come to them at a later date. That might work. Maybe there's something optional too. Maybe there's some sort of device, or some sort of thing that has a little bit of Quicksilver, enough for the magic to work. You do something like that. So basically, what this would involve is somebody goes, like I said, so somebody slips this envelope under the door if you're rich, and you pick it up, and it tells you to go to this address and to bring this amount of money, this really large amount of money. And so you do, and then you go, and then there's a guy with a table maybe, and he has a briefcase. Um, I don't know if he needs a briefcase, whatever. It doesn't really matter. So he basically has this card that he gives them in exchange. So he brings the money. He says in the money, and then in a few days you'll receive a special ticket, and then you have to turn it over and read what it says. And of course, some people would be a little bit suspicious, which is fine to be suspicious. But so what happens is uh, the agent goes through a portal because he's already got the thing to open a portal for himself, and he walks through and it closes, and so the guy's left there, and at least he knows that the magic is real because he's seen the other guy. Now you could possibly do a thing where you instead of just waiting for your ticket, you could run past the and through the portal before it closes. So that might necessitate a bodyguard. Maybe he has a bodyguard there, like a servant. So he's a guy in a business suit. He has a briefcase. They set up a little table, and then there's this one really huge guy standing behind him, which is basically his bodyguard. And maybe we can even show that in some way. I'm not in this game though. I'm thinking is if we showed it somehow or read it or whatever somewhere along the line that so the agent's able to walk through, open a portal, walk through, and then it also has a uh, also has. Anyways, you get the idea. So then you get the ticket a few days later, and then you read what's on it. So maybe I'll just do the magical postal service deal. It's just magic. Basically, what happens is you drop something in the slot. So that means you can drop small items too, as long as it has Quicksilver in it, and it will react and it will go to its intended location. Because it's magic, maybe all you have to do is think of where you want it to go, and it will go there directly. Because that's how the magic works. I think I just figured out my thing that I'm gonna do, but I need to break now. So thanks for watching or listening. If anyone is if you're still listening or still watching, whatever, thanks for that. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back about 30 minutes. Approximately half an hour from now. So my time is gonna be 3 p.m. UK time is gonna be like what 8 p.m. Um, and then you know in places like India or halfway around the world, it's gonna be past midnight or even later. You know, in fact, Australia and New Zealand are probably even like way later. They're like the next day or something. So it's already like tomorrow during the daytime in Australia and New Zealand. But in any case, half an hour from now. So I'll be back on the other side of the break. Thanks again for watching, listening so far, and we'll see if I can make a little bit of progress here on the other side of the break. Alrighty, I am back. I am back, people. And boy, so it seems like I haven't exactly wasted time. I haven't like spent too much time on like um like tangents or whatever. But it gets a bit dramatic. I was asking about families a second ago and said, man, the wording was funny, but I almost wanted it to be more serious. Um, okay. Back from break. Just wanted to let a few people know that I'm back from break. That it matters a great deal. I mean, it matters to me, but just anywho, I don't even know how much I'm gonna get done today, but so I guess what I've decided to do. Let's bring up my notes. Recent. There we go. Okay, let's go down. All the way down. So I'm gonna oh, okay. I'm looking at my YouTube deal here, and then it suddenly pops up. I feel like what did I feel like? Oh, there. Okay, so let's add some notes here. Some notes about the magical ticket system for enchanted lands. Usually, um, enchanted lands has a great intelligence network that alerts the king and the administrators of the resort when there's a new millionaire or billionaire or what have you, or VIP or what have you. This is not something I'm putting in the deal. I'm putting it in my notes because it's relevant later to things. Certain things gonna happen in the game, right? Okay. So there's the king, the administrators of the resort when there's a new millionaire, billionaire, or VIP or what have you. So usually an envelope is left under the door with a containing a brochure and a place to show up written in an empty box on the back. Empty box on the back. I'll say with a price and a place to show up written in an empty box on the back. Okay. When the person shows up with the money, Interesting. So maybe, okay. So do a thing like a receipt. It's sort of like a receipt. It's a little token. Maybe it's a souvenir. Maybe it's a literal token, like a coin. Souvenir token. With the words, I paid a lot for this measly coin or something. I don't know. When the person shows up with the money, there's usually two people, one sitting at a table and a larger one standing behind them. Obviously, for security reasons, they give the money to the person seated at the table. I'm just picturing like a businessman kind of guy. He's got one of those long coats, not necessarily a trench coat, but something like an overcoat, a long overcoat, and a suit and a tie. And maybe he looks like I don't know. Maybe he looks like what you picture an FBI agent or a CIA agent to be wearing or something. And so the person at the table hands them a small coin, not much bigger than a dime. Yeah, the little coin thing. The idea with the coin thing is it's like a homing signal, so that the ticket can fly exactly where it needs to go. But maybe in John's case, how would John's case be different? Oh yeah, I was gonna say the token thing, but the way the magic works is you don't need anything like that. So maybe I'll scratch that. The person at the table gives back a receipt. Actually, it could be a thing like it's an involved process. Like you have to sign a bunch of stuff, and uh, yeah, let's do that. We're gonna do this whole process. Nobody may ever even see this other than through the stream or whatever. Okay, so um, obviously for security reasons. Um, then there's a session where the would be client would be client would be what would you call that? At the table hands a sheaf of papers to the person with the cash, has them sign a bunch of them, gives them a copy of what they signed, and takes the money. Then both the agent and the bodyguard go through a portal, leaving the even the guest alone. A few days later, they receive let's say usually business cards left on the door. Usually a busyness. No, no. Okay. Usually, no. We'll say envelope. They receive another envelope. This time with one or more silver tickets. Then they read the back of the ticket and it opens a portal onto a flying train. Okay, so this is the process. This is the process they go through. What usually happens with the agent when he goes back to enchanted lands, he goes into the administration council and walks up to a window in one of the castle's rooms. Administration castle, excuse me, castle, and walks up to a window in one of the castle's rooms. Passes the cash and the sheaf of papers to a desk clerk who files it. Let's see. Who stuffs it into a canister and puts it into, canister is only one N, into a vacuum tube. I don't know what they call those. Those things where they what do they call those? Do you call those tubes with air that deliver mail to buildings, through buildings? Via a canister inserted let's see, pneumatic tube. Okay, pneumatic tube. That's actually that's the word I was looking for. Okay, let's go back here. No, let's go back here. Right? Okay, good, good. Let me check over here. Yeah, is it good? That's good. Okay. Pneumatic tube. Which transports it elsewhere in the castle. In some other room in the castle, there's a mail room in the castle that receives these canisters. I know, I before E except after C. More room in the castle that receives these canisters, where they take out the papers and put a quicksilver ticket into the same canister and send it and put it in another pneumatic tube, which ends up in the ticketing room, where there are hundreds of workers taking the silver tickets and placing them into magical little mailboxes that then send uh, okay, and hundreds of workers taking the silver tickets and putting them into envelopes and inserting them into magical mailboxes where they're magically transported to their destination, which happens to be wherever the guest is located. And honestly, there might be something where it actually goes through the mail system, and then they get mailed their tickets like normal. But we'll say this magic, and it's even magic, like it even magically appears under their door wherever they're at. Um, and so this is basically the ticketing system for like a normal deal. So Hubert can actually do this then. Since he's overseeing all the operations of the castle. In fact, he's the one that handles the day-to-day operations. And since he's advisor to the king, he lets the king know what's going on, how things are going. And basically, the king doesn't necessarily have to run every little detail. That's kind of Hubert's department. But even he is just an overseer over the whole thing. And then he's got managers under him and so on and so forth. So he has a magical mailbox, which means he can send things as long as they have Quicksilver in them. He can send them to wherever he wants to send them to, and um, so it's with this that I come to Hubert attempting to bring John into enchanted lands. Um, since since he can see into other realms, and has got info, he searched for someone whom he could trust, and that would be willing to help. He chose John, and so he sent him a special. He sent him a silver ticket in his favorite candy bar. Now, here, I mean, I could go even deeper where you're saying, well, how did he get the candy bar? Um, presumably a Benny Wonky bar is something from our realm, right? The Benny Wonky Candy Company. And actually, there's a couple of things I could do here. One is, um, he somehow he went into our realm and he got one. Two is he found some way to make an exact replica of a candy bar. Three is he could actually own. He could be Benny Wonky. He could be the guy that owns the candy bar, the candy bar company, and and so uh, there'd be some magic there. He could just put the ticket into the mailbox, and it would go, and it would be um, right where it needs to be, in the exact candy bar that what's his name bought, maybe. Um, the way he did this is because he owns the Penny Wonky Candy Company in our realm, and sent and then and sent a silver ticket into the magic mailbox, and that's essentially what it is—a magic mailbox. So, so sue me for just doing magic everything, magic this and magic that. He couldn't. He definitely couldn't conjure up anything or use a spell to do anything, because that might have been a little bit quicker and easier. But he, since he oversaw, he had access to the tickets. He had access to a mailbox. I don't even know if maybe I might later on make that into a puzzle of some sort, because maybe he doesn't have access because Max and the Fake King kind of closed everything up, and so the only way he can do that is by going into the castle and sneaking in and finding his way into the ticket room. And there could be something that I could do there. That would be an extra thing. I don't know if it would take away from the story. I don't know if it would add to the story. Maybe I need some more stuff. Maybe the game ends up being not big enough. Although I find that hard to believe because I got so many characters and things. But that could be a whole thing in and of itself that could start at the beginning of the game. Although it's kind of heavy to start with there right away, you know, because things are mysterious, and at first he doesn't know what's going on. So I may or may not do that, but um, maybe when he's in his preparation, he has to sneak in. He has to grab a silver ticket because Max has got him all locked up, and so that's the first part of the game. The first thing you get to do to play is you play as Hubert, trying to be able to send John the silver ticket. That I think would work pretty good, but I might decide maybe to do that later. I can do that later because I can actually do this part here because this could be all that's in there. Like the him getting a ticket and stuff could be a puzzle that I could insert afterwards because all I tell you is that he's got a ticket and he puts the ticket in the thing and it ends up into into the candy bar. Uh, and I will have Charlie and the Chocolate Factory joke in there some way. I plan on doing. Now this will probably be in the end version, not in the Choose Your Own Adventure or the text adventure. It could be in the text adventure though, because that'll have puzzles. But the idea is he goes into the store and he sees this kid, and this blonde kid, is opening all the Benny Wonky candy bars, and if you ask this kid what he's doing, he's going to say, "I'm searching for a golden ticket." And then, of course, John says, "This is a Benny Wonky candy bar. I think the candy bar you want is in somewhere else. You know, little hints, little like we're hinting that these have silver tickets. But I mean, these wouldn't necessarily have silver tickets, but I'm just saying that's the joke. The joke is, um, in fact, it could be part of the thing that John does. I didn't think about that. I just figured. I just thought of this out right now. Um, when you're talking to this kid, maybe this is like a puzzle in the game. Like you're talking to this kid, and he's like opening all these candy bars, and Um, I wouldn't know if you would trade him, but maybe you didn't have to trade him. Maybe you just talk to him and say, I think you want another store that sells this other kind of candy bar, and then, or he'll say something like, well, did you find anything? He says, then he goes, no, I only found this silver ticket here, and somehow you have to get the silver ticket from the kid. Maybe that's a puzzle. I don't know. It's just something. In fact, I have in my notes somewhere the thing about the golden ticket deal. But some silver to the magic mailbox, which magically got inserted into a candy bar right when John picks it up. Okay, so earlier, somewhere above in my notes, I was going to have some blonde kid going around opening up bars, searching for a golden ticket. When John remarks something about wrong candy bar, wrong store, and so I figure maybe this kid finds the silver ticket, and John has to find a way to get the kid to give it to him. I don't know what form that takes. If you have to get something first before, something to trade him in or something, or maybe a fake golden ticket or something. Maybe you have to go home and you have to get some gold spray paint and a ticket, and you spray it, and then you insert it into come back, insert it into a candy bar, and then he has to, then he finds it or something. Uh, this is just an idea which I won't develop right now, but I wanted to put into my notes. Okay. All right, so now we have the method, and it's something that now I can do into my list. And I guess what I'm gonna have to do is, like, tomorrow, I'm gonna have to um well, not tomorrow, because tomorrow I'll probably be still working on this list and stuff. But maybe I got this solved to the point of where I can add this in here. Hubert, he could have a crystal ball, right? Let's say he has a crystal ball, and maybe it's not a crystal ball necessarily to see the future, but maybe it will show him John. Hubert goes to a large crystal ball, which uh, allows him to see into different realms, and he searches for someone to help. Hubert then spots John at a library, pulls up the info about him. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Like I said, they would supposedly have this nice intelligence network. They'd be able to find a way of getting his data, for instance. He's not going to be looking at a computer, but maybe there's a magical book that tells him about about John, and so that's how he decides. I'm not going to really worry about that right now because I'm trying to get the show on the road. Want to get this locked down and get all the scene changes the way I want them. and then I can go ahead and proceed with putting these into pages, and then later on, if I want to add this extra stuff, I can. Pulls up info about him. Um, Hubert grabs a silver ticket and inserts it into a magic mailbox on his desk, which magically appears in a candy bar. Which magically appears inside a candy bar wrapper. That's a little too long for me. I was gonna have actual multiple lines here. Here it puts a silver ticket into a magic mailbox on his desk, which magically appears inside a candy bar. He then spots John, pulls up info about him, and then sees him enter a convenience store to grab a Benny Wonky bar. He puts the silver ticket in the magic mailbox on his desk, which magically appears inside the wrapper. Okay. And that's cool. So, oh, cancel. So I did make a little progress here. I could end it here, or I could go for a few more minutes and try to. I mean, now that I got this in here, here we go. While on his way home from work, John stops in at a store, gets his favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside, looks at the silver ticket, says some words in fine print, and the portal opens. John steps through the portal into a train cabin, when he sees a beautiful young woman. Sitting near the front. Beautiful young woman sitting near the front. Somewhere in the kingdom, Chester, a friendly dragon, lands at the entrance to the caves of Dragonmount. Okay, I don't really need to explain the caves of Dragonmount, but just to know that there's this mountain and that there's I just need you to know that this is a location. So basically, it infers that there's a mountain, there's these caves. Walks around the cave system trying to find his friends. Chester then leaves and flies around while looking some more. That's fine. Chester sees a village being burned down by a friend and rams the dragon hard enough to stop him before the other dragon could recover. Chester flies back to his cave. Okay, that is okay to me. Chester picks up a few shiny objects. From his cave, and then leaves again. Okay. and leaves to search for more of his friends. Again, I guess that's what I already had in there, but that's okay. Search. On the train, the beautiful woman is kidnapped as the train cabin starts tumbling, causing John to fall. Okay, so here is the thing. Let's go. Okay, let me think about this for a second. I could leave that as a location change. He sees the portal open. Because at this point, the portal is opening. Does he go? How do I do this? I'm also thinking about the play, how you play it, right? So the portal's going to open. You're going to step in through. So am I just going to show him step through after it opens automatically? John steps through the portal. How about he just steps through the portal and then I put this Control X, okay, as it closes behind him. How about that? Okay, so this is in the cave. That's why these two are actually two separate. It's the same character, but two separate locations, essentially. He flies to the cave, so back to the entrance of his cave. Chester picks up a few shiny objects from this cave and then leaves again to search for more of his friends. John steps into what looks like a train cabin. He sees a beautiful young woman sitting near the front. The beautiful woman is kidnapped by a short, fat little man as the train cabin starts tumbling, causing John to fall. Maybe I could add more detail in here too. I mean, I guess I'm gonna say grabbed. Grabbed. I guess I could just leave it like that, right? Because what I'm not trying to, I don't want to add more details than what I need just for this, because that's all going to be explained. That's going to be explained in a scene in the train. It's like a cut scene in the train. John awakens in a forest about leaves as Hubert walks over and introduces himself. Hubert tells John that he brought him here to help him find out why Channel Lands is closed. Now, we cut. Okay. All right. That's pretty. That's okay. In our realm, Zanzibar the Great, a magician, con artist, and thief manages to escape the police into the lands. Manages here. Well, okay. I keep on wanting to add details. I shouldn't need to add the details. So the details are going to be on the page when I'm going to turn these into pages, and then once they're pages, I'm going to go back through them. I'm going to add descriptions. It's going to be like a narrative. there's going to be like a whole bunch of stuff, this dialogue, whatever, to actually have this kind of full-fledged story, basically. Well, although what I might do before I do that stage is I might actually let me think. What was I going to say? Um, oh yeah, before I actually start adding the details, let me think. Yeah, before I start adding the details, I'm going to start adding the decision points. So the first round's going to be like a book like. It's not going to be a book. I'm not going to actually expound. I'm actually going to try not to expound on them. I'm just going to add the other choices and how they link up and stuff. I'll probably create a chart and we'll see how that works out. And see how all that lays out when I get ready to do that. So I'll do this first version first, then I'll do the chart layout that adds the decision points, all the decision points, make sure that they all work properly. Then I will go back through each page and actually literally write a full description of what happens, what's going on, this sort of thing. And by that time, it should be finished. I was gonna hope to get this done by the end of March, but we're already March 4th, and I'm not even done with this part yet. I haven't even got it into the game yet. But we will get it into the game. We'll get it in soon. That's what will happen. And I might even have the AI go ahead and write some of that up too. Like I'll have these as choices that I'm going to add to each of the pages that I'll have to add to the JSON, I guess, or whatever I decide to use. Okay, so just leave it to the ambiguous stuff because we're doing detail later. Detail later. Overview now. Does a few tricks. Okay, Zanzibar does a few tricks for first few locals he sees, then he gets his crow corvus to steal from them. Okay, next scene. Hubert sends John to night school and Princess Prep to figure out what's happening. Hubert himself goes to Wizard U and Fairy God College. Near the dwarf mines, Roland, the half-dwarf, half-giant, approaches the entrance. An old dwarf Roland knows stumbles out and tells him his dad is trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. Okay. At the night school entrance, John talks to the guards, then gains entrance to the school. After asking around, he learns a princess was going to speak at Princess Prep, but never made it. After asking around the school, he learns a princess was going to speak at Princess Prep, but never made it. Someone tells John that the knights are using real weapons and dragons are terrorizing small villages. Two knights are discussing the disappearance of Sir William in front of what looks to be a statue. This is going to be at night school. Okay, so let's modify this a little bit. Two knights are within night school grounds. Two knights are standing around a statue of a knight. They start discussing the disappearance of Sir William in front of what looks to be a statue. In front. In front of the statue. No. In front of a statue of a knight. started discussing the disappearance of Sir William. Unicorn steps up to a pool behind the knights. Um, in front of a statue. In front of the statue, but behind the knights. The unicorn steps into a pool in front of the statue, but behind the knights. So there's like this reflecting pool, and then there's a statue. Think of like the Washington Monument, the uh, the giant reflecting pool, and then the monument like behind it. So, something sort of like that. Uh, there's an edge in between the pool and the statue. Although I don't really need to say that here, but the unicorn man's face for a moment in place of his own reflection. You guys say they don't even think the wizards at Wizard U could help, then they leave. The unicorn walks up to the statue and recognizes it as the face he saw in the reflecting pool. The unicorn picks up the words Wizard University and decides to head in that direction. Now, okay, so now here is kind of a problem. And that is when you first, if this is the first what should I say? This is the first introduction to the unicorn. So you as the player doesn't know what Wizard University is just yet, I don't think. And I don't think Hubert is actually gone there. So I might see something here. Yeah, I don't know what would be a way to hint to the player that they're supposed to go to Wizard U other than the dialogue that says even this says he picks up the words Wizard University and decides to head in that direction. But you as the player wouldn't really know what that direction is unless Hubert had already been there first. So, where is Hubert? And do I need to put him in a different... Hubert sneaks into Wizard U. Okay, so I guess I'll kind of leave this as this. I'll still have to change it, I think. But I think I'm going to need to put Hubert's scene here where he sneaks into Wizard U. Now, Hubert isn't mentioned here at all, right? So we can actually put this here, this. Now, I can renumber these 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So we have all the stuff that happens here in between. I think that actually works. I think that's okay. Sneaks into Wizard U. Okay. So at this point, okay, let's say we're playing it, and even if we're reading it, but let's say we're playing it visually, and we see all this stuff, and then there is yeah. Can I put this before? what happens after asking around the school? You know what? I'm gonna have to switch these around too. Just for context, I think it'll be okay. I'll have to ask Grok or ChatGPT or something if there's anything out of like order here. So after John talks to the guys in the school, we switch to Hubert. Hubert sneaks into Wizard U, and then after that, we're back at night school, um, with the two knights, and the unicorn actually goes over there. The unicorn, um, decides to go towards Wizard U. I know that it's just kind of like I don't know what you call it, semantics. I don't know. Semantics is probably not the right word because I never know what that word means even after I look it up. So, but I know it kind of relatively generally means the same thing. But since we already had Wizard U up here introduced, since he went into Wizard U, um, then when we come here, um, yeah, that might be something I'll need to fudge later. This isn't like an ambiguity thing. This is a thing stating whether it's logical and how does Sir William now? Sir William would actually know about Wizard U. I mean, he would. The player wouldn't necessarily know about it though. So maybe I have to do a thing where Sir William does have thought bubbles. He does do some thinking. You know, normally you don't really show that in a visual medium, but you can kind of show it in there. But you can kind of do that in a movie in a show where they wouldn't have a thought bubble like you would in some sort of comic or something, but you might have a voiceover with like a reverb that indicates that it's something he's thinking in his head. Something that someone is thinking in their head. So we might have that in there. Maybe I'll decide. Okay, so John sneaks into Princess Prep. He first learns. Okay, cutscene Zanzibar does more shows. One with Max attending and managed to steal from Max without his notice. Now, okay, so let's go back to Zanzibar here for the first locals he sees, and it's gonna be some random location. Um, in some random village. Then the bar gets his Crow Corvus to steal from the locals. Okay. Near the dwarf mines, that's fine. The night school grounds. John sneaks into Princess Prep. Zanzibar does some more shows. In some other villages. Max attends one of his shows. But Corvus manages to steal from Max without his notice. So, think about it this way: is he sends Corvus out, who's a crow, who is literally a cut purse. He goes in there and uses his beak to cut the coin purses that the citizens are carrying. Max later finds his money gone and then confronts Zanzibar after a show and makes a deal with him. Max helps Zanzibar with larger production in exchange for doing some tax collection for Max. That I guess that's a kind of okay. It's okay to me, I guess. it's not too ambiguous. We have this feeling that Max is going all over the lands. There's a few villages left, and so he's collecting taxes. He's doing shows. After he collects the taxes, uh, yeah, so that sounds all right. Chester manages to catch up to a few of his friends to try to break them from the enchantment. Give them shiny gifts and then breathe fire on them, neither of which works. That could be ambiguous to where he's at. In various villages to try to break them from the enchantment. Chester tries to give them shiny gifts and then breathe fire on them, neither of which works. Okay, that's okay. Desperate, Chester flies to Nestor's cave. So there's going to be a mountain system. Maybe this mountain system is up north, near where the giants are. I mean, I haven't really thought of logistics of the map. I'll have to actually come up with a map and show where everything is situated to give you and to give myself an idea. Maybe I'll do that in one of these dev streams, because that's part of dev right there. So okay. Opposite. It would be opposite. It'd be on the other end. On the other end of the mountain range from Dragon Mount. Flies to Nestor's cave. Let's see something here. North, south, east, and west. Let's say west of Dragon Mount. West of Jack. Nestor gets ready to breathe fire on Chester when Chester speaks to him. Nestor tells Chester that Crooktooth is enchanted the dragons to act hostile. Hubert leaves Wizard U, heads for Fairy Godmother as the unicorn walks up to the doorway. Okay, so this is at this location. We're still at Wizard U here, even though Hubert's no longer at Wizard U. The unicorn tries to push open the door, but doesn't move, so he gets a running start and rams it with his horn. So, new location. The unicorn goes inside. The unicorn sees Hubert's painting on the Hall of Fame, then proceeds to find the library, which means he's searching for the library. After exploring the library, after finding and exploring the library, finds a section on curses and pulls off a few books with his horn. Roland goes into the dwarf mines and from there finds a secret entrance into the Gnome Kingdom. At Fairy God College, an old friend tells Hubert Violet is back and forcing students to become evil witches. Okay. Roland notices 4 o'clock. I guess it's about time for me to go here. I'm gonna go ahead and put a deal right here. Let's just make it a big deal here. That. Let's go ahead and update. And yeah, so I've just rearranged some of these. I'll probably go through the rest of these over the week. I don't know how long it's going to take me. It might take me a long time. Then again, since I got to from 1 to 26 here, after figuring this other thing out, the rest of it shouldn't take as long. So maybe the whole of tomorrow, maybe I'll be able to finish this up here on at the whole of tomorrow. Anyways, so okay. So I guess I want to thank you guys for listening and or watching. If you are still doing it, and I will see you tomorrow where we'll try to see if we can get enough to finish this list up. And then it's only a matter of time before I actually get to actually implement this into the game. I'll have to do some code. I'm actually going to get the AI to help me write the code. I already asked Grok about that. And I think what I'm going to do is each scene is going to be in a JSON file. And I'm going to have Grok, or probably Grok, write this list out in JSON form and then write me some code to load it up and to create a scene in Redot dynamically. So I'm not having like 100 plus scene files on disk. I just have this one JSON file, and then it will create the scenes as needed. And yeah, so hopefully that will work good. Hopefully that'll make things easier and quicker. And once we got him in there, then what I do is I start thinking about decision points and changing this linear narrative of this. And it's got to work before I finish. In other words, I got to be able to click continue or whatever the name of the page is, the next page is. I got to be able to go through the whole thing and read the whole thing. It'll be as is here, but I'll start filling it out once I've got the decision points in there. Once I got the decision points in there and it's mostly done as a game, then I have to go through and essentially write all the pages with the full descriptions and descriptive language and whatever else I need to convey what's on that page. And maybe to break up a few things, it looks like there's too many events on one page if I need to do that. And by that time, I should have pretty much the whole game done for phase 1, and I still hope to get this done at the end of March. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, yeah. So thank you for watching, and I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching.